How's it going, everybody? Hope everyone had a kick-ass weekend, enjoyed themselves. We're back with Monday. We're gonna do some MSQ that I kind of forgot what was going on. Switch it over. I got really lucky. I thought I deleted my Moonlighter save. Turns out I did not, which is nice. Well, I mean, I probably did, but the cloud save or whatever with Steam kept it, so we're good. Okay. We're gonna have to turn the volume up, but we gotta wait till we're in game for that. Got my allergy pills today and my decongestants, so hopefully in a few days that shit starts kicking in. Who knows? Oh. Okay, story-wise, let's see. I believe we learned a little more about the Echo and what that means. The Warrior of Darkness's body is back and is being inhabited. And we're still trying to get some kind of container for the Scions to join us to the other world again. All right. There's probably more that I'm forgetting, but oh well. I think that's loud enough. That might be loud enough. We'll see. It wasn't me. I have no idea where we're supposed to be going right now. I think we gotta go to the other world. Which means we need to use our home teleport to go to the Crystarium. I'm also working on my anima weapon very slowly but surely. It's gonna take a while. Just for looks, I don't even care about the weapon itself. I should probably use a teleporter, huh? A pleasure as always. We just go into our hotel room. And any ghosts? Ghostbusters? Damn, that's a big cup. Soup can, pretty much. Master Pixel, it's Glenard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. What's up? There's no ghosts in here. Wait, what? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. That doesn't mean shit. I don't have a memory. Oh, hey, what's up? This must be the part where I have to finish the quest in order to finish this. This was the side quest. What charming accommodations. I hate your pants, buddy. I'd come to dine at the Wandering Stairs, you see, when I spied a considerable gathering of locals. Then the sky caught fire, and, well... You must know what it all means. Anything you'd care to share with a friend? That is alarming, to say the least. It's all well and good that others have come to appreciate the Warriors of Light, but we cannot allow this charlatan to exploit their legacy. So... Yes, why not? We shall reform the indomitable duo that is Reek and Novus, and put an end to shenanigans. Yeah, no need to say it. You have no intention of involving me. I'm stupid, but I'm not naive. Those are some neat arrows, bud. I like the red. A gift? You're the better hunter and the better person besides. I'm reminded of Renda Ray, though that's hardly a surprise, is it? How's it going, Xanthamir? How are you? For her sake, for all of theirs, show this pretender what it truly means to be a hero. It's alright enough? Hell yeah. I have to do 57 more dungeon runs to do the next step of my animal weapon. It wasn't me. We gotta kick some butt. I'm in the Crystarium, by the way. Umbilicus? What the hell? Ooh, are they gonna do it?
Foiled again.
Nope, they didn't do it.
If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
I don't even think you have blood. You
Art
just,
thou unwell?
veins are pure crystals, bud.
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
I would like a steak. Different kind of steak. I think I gotta raise my volume a little bit. Oh. Wait, why is he there? Oh, that's right. He's trying to learn how to summon the Zodiac so that he could fight him. That's right.
The dream again.
Oh, it was a dream? This motherfucker.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
We know who it is. Why is it white robed figure? What the fuck?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
Hate him, yeah.
The final days.
I just don't know why it's being discreet. We found out who he was.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Right, we know he's in the Warrior of Light's body. Well, the Warrior of Darkness, but Warrior of Light, whatever. Master Pixel, will you be venturing forth today? I don't know why I'm in the cutscene with the manager of suites. I don't give a shit about the manager of suites. I don't see you anywhere. Oh, you just got to me. What's this? Do. A Novus D to my Novus B. It's a vehicle? Huh. Nice, thanks. It's zooming. Oh, it's giving me a headache. I gotta stop doing that. That was funny. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. It's much appreciated. Yeah, I got 10 of the bones, 10 of the seeds, and then 4 of each of these. Now I need to get springs and lenses, so I need 30 of each of these. So that's 57 dungeons I gotta do. That is way too much. Ah, Novus, excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but appears to be business as casual. Or as usual. My gosh. So I thought I'd spend more time brushing up my knowledge of familiars. And Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Yeah, they're pretty neat. One of them was a ghost for a while. Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. Were one to pore over the annals of Vrantic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. Ardbert and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epitaph long before them. To name but a few, there was Talthwil, legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodfort, and Solard, the fabled Dran and Galgent duo of Vobert. And no list of Vrantic heroes would be complete without the archmage Tiuna of Ranka. In other texts, she was too called a Warrior of Light. It surprised me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past, it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the flood, however, Light came to be regarded with fear. The title used it not to exalt, but to revel or revile. I feel like both of those are correct. I'm not sure. A far cry from its beginnings. This, my friends, is Norvant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did it become known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Well, well, the plot thickens. Yuck. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source, though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied. Heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Hydelian's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there will have been no few heroes who are not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other world, if crossing the rift were that easy. I don't need 50 plus lenses, I need 30 lenses and 30 of the springs. So I need 28 of the one dungeon and 29 of the other. So 57 altogether. Yeah, but Heidelin herself used that term. Whoops. Was me. To get the unidentifiable items for the next anima step. You can trade a whole bunch of different things for it, but those are probably the easiest ones to get. Outside of the elegant tomes. She did. I've never heard her voice myself. But I can feel her presence, perhaps through Minfilia. At any rate, assuming all of this is true and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Ascians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Hylian, with good, must have added insult to injury. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Maybe it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light? What the fuck? You okay over there? Ricky Tio, are you alright? Ah, and my precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? You too, Arkle, Irel. We're sorry, Master Moran. Aren't you? Nope. Ghostbuster, the Warrior of Darkness. My name's Ricky Tio, and I want to help everyone. Was me. Please tell me that what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light. Jeez. So I want to be a warrior of light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. You don't have to be. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people. An apothecary. I'm gonna help everyone in the Custarium. No, and all of Norvrant. When I told Arkil and Airwill this, they said the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. There's also a healer nearby. You could probably learn from that person. Want to farm those dungeons I can help? That'll work. I did like 30 of them yesterday for the shafts, but I can do them on unrestricted, so it's a lot faster. But this place is so big and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young. Esteemed warrior of darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitu to Spygyrix. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Trojans at their work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we finished here, so we'll come with you. Rotten egg. Well, if you know them really fast, you're gonna be the rotten egg. Ah, shit. They got a head start. That's not fair. Yeah, so I have 10 unidentifiable bones and 10 unidentifiable springs. In order to get each one, it's 3 of an item. And you only get 1 per dungeon. So that's 30 of each item that you need. So I need 30 lenses and 30 springs left. I don't need this anymore. And I have 2 of one and 1 of another. So I need 28 of this dungeon and 29 of this dungeon, which is the arm of the father and the cuff of the father. And then I can trade it for the items for the anima weapon that I need, or the next step at least. Whoops. Oh, God, wasn't me. I can also trade for 10 of them. I can do 1,500 tomes, but I'm not doing that for every item, so I'm just gonna do dungeons. I don't think I'm in the right area. Maybe I am. Yeah. Just gotta get to the other side. Bum 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 bum. I'm here. Ah, shit, I'm last. You have a bunch of the stuff saved up in case I want to do more relics. Yeah, I kind of fucked up. When I first started, I needed to do each of these nodules, and you needed 1 of each elemental crystal. I thought you needed 3 of each, so I have 2 extra of each, so I can start another 2 if I wanted to. Which I will eventually for like each of my characters, but that's gonna be some time before I do the next one. I just want this one to go with a look, and then I gotta figure out how to get like some kind of holy look to go with the bow, but I got plenty of time to do that. To what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? That's right, I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately, we all have decided not to pursue that dream. Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, the artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life, and younglings like you who are the future of our Custarian. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see, and so, difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. And does that mean my dream isn't any good? Well, that's not true. We just need everybody, not just one or the other. Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our true Jins may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever. Just you watch. That's the spirit. Without further ado then, may I entrust you with a task. I have placed an order at Sweet Sieve for a potion ingredient, and I'd like to go and collect it. Oh, an ingredient. Leave it to me, miss. My, such an abundance of energy, though I can't help wonder if she'll be alright by herself. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with a woman named Gracine. She will point you in the right direction. Okay, I'll go help the kid. She'll join you as the one who suggested this course to Riki too. I would assist in her first steps. Bum, 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 bum. What about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, just not the same kind as Riki. So we'll wait for you here, warrior of darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. In that case, Ryan and I will keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations. All right, let's go. Are these pumpkins? They are. Four apples, 7 lemons. How many times must you count them? What the hell? If it isn't the warrior of darkness himself, may I assume you are with the Master Alphino? Where's the kid? That's not the kid, is it? That's someone else. Right, lest you wonder, Casimil's order is for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it's with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you could lend them a hand. It's the undersized grapes you'll want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. Oh, they're over here. Oops. Oh, you're here too? We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. I got some for you, kid. Wow, you picked this many already? Amazing. I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Casimil? I can't wait to see what she's gonna do with him. Tell me, Ricky, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why? Well, a while ago I fell sick, really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary. I mean, she went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous. And I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends. But I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. I just made people eat grass. Not so long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world helping people. And I thought that's the same as what I want to do. I see out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Thaler? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out looking for people to help. Which one's Thaler? One of the guards awakened by the star shower. Oh, one of the two. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Ricky Tio. I myself took inspiration from one, not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Casimir. It seems I've been laboring under a misapprehension. I had convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had showed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. Well, yeah. That's the idea. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not, but that a way will be found. My God, why would you say it like that? Yes, I believe I speak for all of us when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land after all. Norvrot has become as a home to us, and her people our own. Let us return to Spygyrix. What you want to do is keep your admirers waiting. Spin. I wonder how many more in-between quests there are. Well, there's probably a lot, but I have no idea of telling where I am. My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Riki Tio a little taste. Alright, let's beat the shit out of these kids so they learn how to fight. Warrior of Darkness, if you finished helping Ricky, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. It's just bash. It's just straight in the face. You already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they become a pest around the Crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. Well, they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Casimil kindly furnished us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show, yes? Let's head outside at once. Everyone follow me. There's gonna be some kind of bigger monster there. Yeah, let's say, wait, just come on then, children. Where am I going? Oh, I gotta go outside. All right, let's beat up some bats. Everyone's here. Good, let's get started, shall we? As their name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. I'm surprised they even survived without night this whole time. To draw them out, we'll use Casimil's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you are like to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have here 6 lures, 3 for each, you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Oh, you're hunting too? Yeah, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Novus. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Ryan. She's really strong too and will keep you safe. Without further ado, let the contest begin. Oh man, these are all over the place. All right, bats. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba dum. Little scooter. Whee! One more. Batman. All right, come here, bats. Nice. Going back. Luckily I can go over this mountain. Makes things so much easier. I'm back with my really awesome chair. Hey, where's Alice? She's still out there? Well fought, Novus. The children were hanging on your every move. As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally. May I see your fangs for good measure? Apologies for the wait. My fangs, not a bad haul if I do say so myself. Five, six, seven. 7 fangs from Alice. Oh hey, I also got 7, I think. Which means that we have a draw. Nova's also collected 7 fangs. Why does this feel even worse than losing? Just another measly fang and victory would have been mine. Don't look so surprised. I have no intention of remaining lost in your wake forever, you know. So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Good, if you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Novus, and train hard. Keep at it for long enough, and you'll become strong too. You don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were there listening with everyone when Ardbird appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crusarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, see? And I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. Wasn't me. Like Ardbird said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. What about you, Arkil? Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. What if my friends were in trouble? I know I'd want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them, see the world together. Good shit, you kids. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I lost, and that I had to go out there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it. Better not forget it. You understand how our kill feels. The star shower didn't awaken me to Hylian's voice, but that vision of the final days of Amaranth burning filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made, felt as though long-forgotten memories were dancing at the edges of my mind. When I try to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intent of donning an Ascian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're gonna stand around lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Ryan and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. I don't know, if they want to fly, by all means. Hey. No, none of that. It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine now, not to worry. I'll see you soon. I'm worried. As you ponder Alisaie's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. Let's return to the Crystarium the fast way. Let's go. Shaolin Showdown. Oh, we gotta go up there. This is where we were when we saw the goat, one of the ghosts at least. Ah, crap. I hate it when my controller falls. What the fuck is going on here?
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
Was me. What? What the fuck? On behalf of the convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. I assume this is Elidibus they're talking to. Yeah, this is the Echo, so I assume this is Elidibus. At times you will stand with us, at times you will stand against us. All that you might steer mankind in the very star upon their true course. Yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine.
Oh, I always intend to come.
Such is the burden of hope. I merely avail myself of such tools as I require for the conflict to come. That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness.
That's not true. My planet's into blow up whole fucking shards of planets. Whoops.
I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash.
Yeah, how dare you kill my 4 brothers or whatever the fuck number I have, just because we destroyed entire shards that had planets of people and tons of people that died. Just because of that, fuck you. I love it when murderers are like, how dare you do that, or like people who like fuck up other people are like, well, how did you do that to me? How dare you do that to me? Well, fuck yourself, bud.
I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down.
You can fucking try, bud.
Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, warrior of darkness, and I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emet-Selch. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another. No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Are we just gonna sit there and let him do that,
Though you
or?
lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
That took us so long to fucking respond to that. What the fuck? We just sat there.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions.
It's becoming more crystal.
It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness.
We're gonna go on a rager to start
Needless to
drinking
say,
tons of alcohol.
I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
Okay.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
The fates seem determined not to allow us a quiet moment, but come, let us have the details from Ryan. None of this I need. Happened after LSA and I saw the children back to Spagyrix. We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He'd been showing Elidibus around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. He was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumpled to the ground. The Cherugians are looking after him now, with Alphino standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you. And the guard at the Exedra told me where to look. I see it cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side, but thanks for hearing word to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagyrix. Still don't know how to pronounce that, I'm just guessing. Up. Gotta go around. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's Aether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm his fluctuations. And all this happened without warning. Not exactly. You'll doubtless recall the time Mariage nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. When his water walking charm failed, he was tired. As were you when you got back. You were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. The fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there's no actual fainting until now. LSA just happened, god damn it. Now go rest, you shit. Alphino observed I have no lingering injuries, and it is most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves but one likely cause. Link between body and soul is weakened further. Time grows short, we must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Novus might have troubled you to make a trip to the source. In addition to looking in our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kyle about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know the sort of thing. All of which serves, rather conveniently, to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. You think these black-clad strangers are Ascians? No. I do not fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Gods know I've been itching to get out there for a while. You just had lightheadedness, you fuck. Mapper Yangé can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Bekluk and I to wrestle the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him some good news. Do no such thing, however heedless you are of your own well-being. If you care at all for Rhine's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you're needed. Alphino and I will find her Yangé. She's like, I'll fuck you up. All being well, we'll have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Novus. Alright, back to the source for me. Tataru, I'm back. Fucking weird head thing. Where am I going? Oh, in here, I think. Tataru. No, this was excellent. I mean, awful timing. Okay. Was me. You see our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Kyle's hardly had a moment's rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry. She'd been keeping it quiet. Nice, we're almost at 500. Okay, but listen to me. I call myself a receptionist and I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here. So they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon and they want to make sure there are no problems at this end. Better talk to Cryle. She's with the others on the Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright? Oh god.
Excuse us?
That's a little creepy.
This way.
Bankrit is the one that just fainted.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
No, not much I can fucking do about it. I'm gonna see it.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came.
Wasn't me.
Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment.
Sure, but I would work on Alice next. She's gonna be the next one to faint.
So come, let me hear your tale outside.
What news from the first? I see you work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul is weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I'm still able to quell the fluctuations in their ether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon elegant wisdom, we could do worse than consult an expert in the field. I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients. Novus, can you spare a moment? Well, Kyle goes and finds this expert of hers, I mean. It's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see, and since we might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so I'm gonna make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there. Okay. Well, I'd better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence. To Tatru. Oh, I gotta go upstairs. Hey, that's where I have to go. For trading. I need all these. There you are, Novus. I'm sure you've guessed the gift is a bit of a home cooking. Unlike Kryle, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. We've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit. So I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven as we speak, shouldn't be long now. They're baked to perfection, even if I do say so myself. Bread! Oh, that looks so good. Oh, bread. Your cake looks like bread. Is it supposed to be cake? Smells great. I'm sure it does. Baked goods fucking smell delicious. Although donuts smell awful before they're baked. Holy shit, I hate it. Doesn't it just... it's called Archon loaf, in case you're wondering, and it's what they eat over in Charlene. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryle tells me it's a good source of aether, so it should lend them a bit of strength. Should bake a lot of them, like pallets full. There truly is nothing like the smell of fresh bread in the oven. Kryle, if it isn't Rambros too. I trust you require no introductions either, Novus. Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand a mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain elegant technologies. I've been keeping Rambros apprised of events in the first. Suffice it to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone also alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons. Although that might disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement, memory transference was the sole province of Elegant royalty, its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To it, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bother to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being rather brazenly, to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remain behind have yet to play our part, but when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so. Then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. Tell him that we consider his duty done and that he should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back. It is for a friend to decide, but either way I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Well, there you have it, Novus. If you'd be so good as to see Rambros's message and Tatter's bread to their intended recipients, along with my report, of course. Kryl, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try, just to make sure everything's as it should be? But of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Same, kinda. Excuse me, Rambros, as a fellow Charlayan, may I trouble you for your opinion? Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of Rollin berry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. It's gonna be fucking gross, isn't it? I see, I see. Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed, Tataru, dense and unpleasant, exactly as it should be. Just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world, but our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlayan, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those who actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that is what now called the Archon loaf was born, the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. It's fucking gross. Yet for its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied, and being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread, whatever ingredients happened to be on hand. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it's all too familiar. How about takes me back? If there's enough, perhaps you can spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it. Well, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice. Novus, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can, and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. After they get back, though, it could be as unsafe as possible. Fuck them up. Horse. Of course. To the Crystarium. Let's sprint. Guys, I gotta try this gross bread. Also, Tatsu says hi. Welcome back, my friend. How's your journey? Bread. By the 12, Archon loaf. However, did he come by this? I swear it had come straight from Charlayan. Rambro said that, did he? Oh, well, his words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition, with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends. They deserve it, but I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament. So I ask that you have faith in me and what we do. We were talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconducive they are to conversation. Just all kale. No, it's like fish and shit. Packed with nutrients. Not taste, though.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Well, presence of what looks like Ascians, at least.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Not well.
Indeed. Heartening though it is to know we can stay a while longer, returning home must remain our priority.
Oh, you guys can't stay that long.
This seems an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Have you made any progress?
We have, as it happens. One moment.
Ooh.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white aura sight as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allegan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
Oh, your right arm looks a lot more crystal, while your left
You're
arm.
doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works. We shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Though not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
The Exarch.
One is for testing purposes, I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
Uh-oh, well, he's dead.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
Dude said he was gonna die multiple times. Like,
I see.
I think he's not gonna take that. Wait 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Hast thou a moment, Novus? I would speak with thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return unto the source. Thou have observed that our friend spake not uncertainties, yet if Becklug hath the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence. And is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self, which is not to say the process is without complications, for when the Exarch have been subjugated to an additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought a change in his ethereal composition. As thou thyself didst demonstrate in merging with Ardbert, however, there existeth an infinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. Wasn't me. It is a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century, our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm to deliver thee. And so that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the Crystal Exarch. Henceforth, none can say what choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right, that thou be made aware of these truths. Right, let's put that in here. Oops. Right then, while the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task, it seems only fair that we attend our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so, and there's one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Ixtola should not be left alone at Ender. Would it trouble you to visit her, Novus? See that all is well. I'd go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. My thanks. You may leave the Ascians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yolmor, and when Ishtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for Anider, I suggest you go via Vermont Yards, or Venmont Yards. Friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let's be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. You'd do pretty much anything, Tancred. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No matter how bad it is, you have to eat it, or I'll kill you. From Tatari, saying whatever could it be? Archon loaf, thou sayest. Why? Even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past. Bread from another world, may I try some? Mayest thou, child? Thou must. That said, though, I personally disagree with the consensus. I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Oh, he actually likes it? Wiser words have never been uttered. It tastes like shit. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the stadium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Elfino, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes. You know that? Okay. What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tatra will do her best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Eat the fucking bread. Really, let's be off now. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Alright. Let's figure out where we're teleporting to. Hope everyone's enjoying their Monday. Now that we're getting close to the end of it. I'm here. If it ain't the warrior of darkness himself, what brings you to these parts? Heading out to sea, eh? But of course you'd be happy to help. Just say the word and I'll ready the boat. Could be anything, could be a boat. Oh, this is where we are. Oh, fuck.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
Kill him right here. He's pretty weak. He got slaughtered by someone he beat, so, I mean, he's gotta be weak.
None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
The way you tell us that makes me think we will. Reviewing the records yet again? Really? You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role. How wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and you have been graced with another beautiful day. Oh, so it didn't all just happen at one time?
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No, I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me. Empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask.
Why can't I just fuck him up right now? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand why I'm just sitting here every time.
Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Let's go. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amaranth. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. Sick of your shit, bud. There's a ton of extra story on why Asians are so single-minded in their endeavors, why they are fervent with their passions. As in like books or like side stories, or in this? You speak as if they were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy and you mine. Our goals are in conflict. We are fated to clash. Or you'd hope that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light. That I would come to look upon you as a friend. You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it then? Very well, let us change the cast of this trial. You'll know what you have stolen from us. Book side missions, findable orbits. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Do not imagine I crave remorse. Only justice. Thought I was fighting him. What the fuck? Oh, is he Batman? Are we killing Batman? Forward hero, she'll see how strong you become. Okay. Why does it say there's like a salesperson here and everything? The fuck? Ah, Batman. Fuck him up. Why can't we fight him? I don't fucking understand. Just shoot him. Does this just show that I would kill friends or some shit? All too easy, I see, but at least you now understand the rules. This will make our way to the capital. Come now, I made it plain that they were monsters. Be that as it may, even a monster could be someone's beloved. That is what I wish to impress upon you. You're right, you are a fucking monster, bud. Even your friends. Gaius, Nero. Wait, is she dead? She wasn't dead last I checked. Yeah, but she didn't die, right?
God damn it.
Seems it'll take more of those monsters to leave an impression upon you, or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters. No, I have dealt with countless heroes, and it always ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, it cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs and fight for them with all my being. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, now we do. That's what I mean. How very naive. If you're willing to compromise on your beliefs, you all but admit that they are flawed. I assure you, I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as Elidibus. I know you're not gonna fucking change. You goddamn, like, slaughtered planets. Falsely accused of regicide, he fled for the snow-swept fields of Corinthus. Was this just going over my life? Fun. Have you died? My friend may not have. My friend who was fucking helping kill people. But then he had to kill him just because he wanted to kill a bunch of people. Fuck you. I hate this. I hate it so much.
Impossible. Damn it all.
Still pretty sure we can fuck him up, so I don't know why we're just like, yeah, this is fine. Oh, I gotta go over here. God, I love this music. Just right now. Flip, 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 flip. Gone. Are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say that there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can be ill lost. I will save them, for they are my I think not, hero. Not yet. You must content yourself with a company of monsters a while longer. But God, I hate this in villains so much. This makes me hate villains. Like, there are villains that are like villains, but at least I like them as villains. But villains that I hate for reasons that I hate, like, not as in they're villains, but the reasons that I hate them as villains is they're like, wow, I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy. We're all gonna beat the shit out of this guy. And then you beat the shit out of one of them and they're like, how dare you beat the shit out of us? you fucking started it, you shit face. That's like his exact reasoning for existence is he's set the plan in motion for all these fucking wars, all these bad things to happen. The entire existence of that one fucking area of humans, like Gaius and them. He set all the wars, all the killing, and then you kill him. He's like, wow, if only you didn't exist, my guy wouldn't have died. Fuck you. I hate you so much. Trying to gaslight you into thinking the heroes are villains, saying they takes how it'll happen, which isn't untrue. Yeah, it's just like not only did they slaughter countless fucking people for what he thinks is going to save somebody, but that's not even guaranteed or known really if they can, because even in their time they're like, well, we don't think they can even save us, so like what's the purpose? Not only that, they oh god, they set every plan in motion to kill literally infinite people, and then one guy rises up. How dare you rise up? Fuck you. That's the kind of shit I hate for villains. There are cool villains. There are cool, well, I mean, and obviously you hate them because they're villains, but as a villain you can like them. And same with like anti-heroes. Some anti-heroes you can like as an anti-hero, they make a really good anti-hero and a really good villain. But the whole shit of, oh, you did this to my guy, even though we did it 1,000 times worse, and you only really did it because of we did it, so like fuck you, you're the most shitty guy on the planet. I hate that. I hate it so much. It's the same thing as like my nephew likes to push buttons and shit. He pushes buttons and then like another kid will push back and he'll be like, this person did this to me, why isn't he in trouble? Because you started it, you shithead. Fucking parents that are like, how dare you do this to my kid, when they're the ones that like had the kid start it, even though they know their kid started it. That's just shitty. I hate people who do that. I don't give a shit if it's my nephew. If he's the one starting to push buttons, that's his fault. And this is just exactly who the Asians are. They just started a bunch of shit. And are really pissed that someone's standing up to them. They're like the Karen's kids. That's how I refer to them now. Asians are Karen's kids. Fucking spoiled brats. I think not, hero. Not yet. You must content yourself. Why is he saying no? Like, why are we not just shooting? What does it matter if he draws his weapon? If we shoot, he'll draw his weapon. Like, I just don't understand our idea here. We'll just wait till he plays out this game, I guess. Why not? Oh, hey, it's one of my favorite cat girls. I forgot her name. Hey, Sadhu. It's been a minute. I like Sadhu as well.
Bugger, bugger, bugger.
fucking little sun.
The sun cannot be extinguished.
Yeah, little sun.
I cannot fail. Not again.
This is gonna be the one son that fucked him up. My creation appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there's only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let's try something different. I wasted my whole song there. Oh well. Impressive show of strength. But surely no more than a 4 state of which Emmett Selch's conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fair measure to compare it with, like... Are you finally gonna fight me, you fuck? I just have to test you myself. Should've done that from to begin with. Come on, Novus, show me what you can do. I fucked you up too. Whee! You fucked up. Kinda caught me off guard there, damn. Stop chasing me. I'm a ranged player. I'm just gonna keep running. Luckily, that's one of the reasons I love Archer. I don't have to worry about directional at all. I just keep running. Just barely hit that. Fuck you. Got him. 10 minutes remaining to complete. Oh, you completed it.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see.
Yeah, what the fuck, you Stola? You're freaking me out.
Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you.
I want to trade Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I have a theory.
I want
you
Yu-Gi-Oh
see.
cards. There's a lot of
One
Yu-Gi-Oh cards I
concerning
still
that
need
which
for
you seek
GOAT
to
and medicine
accomplish.
format.
It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal.
Huh?
The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiark's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
I thought it was penchant.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
You a hoe. That's the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might.
The rest of my life wasn't sufficient proof for you? What the fuck?
As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, warrior of darkness?
Are you gonna go after them? It's been an eventful morning. It is indeed, if indeed it is morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I'm gratified to see that my efforts at Enidir have borne fruit. They've confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? I see then, let's make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus' parting, threat not least of all. But forgive me, it would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I'll need to retrieve them from Enidir. With luck, the ethereal stream you traversed still lingers. Won't be long. Was me. What the hell? Purely crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4th, bring honor to the seat of... Are these like the previous? The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind, a moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. Oh, another thing. Quest accepted. Walk from one crystal to the other. You find 3 more crystals lying on the floor, although they differ in color and decoration. Each is identical in shape. They have different constellations. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends. Embraced by earth and caressed by the wind. Ugh. A vibrant life flourishes, all its right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness now and forevermore. Look for more crystals outside. Got it. Purple. Your instincts serve you true, and you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to our hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. The voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found? Sure, I don't fucking know. I don't know why you're asking me these things. Looks like there's some. You discover 2 more crystals rather too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will only be silence. We will deliver our star from its doom, this we swear, so please dry your tears. Haven't found it yet. Wasn't me. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time has come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation. We shall save our star. From this life, our Savior born. May I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. It is right. Are these crystals all voices of those that summoned the Zodiac? Almost melancholy and inevitability. 12th crystal soon reveal itself to your questing eye. Though salvation is ours, it comes at a great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray that we will one day meet again beneath the blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this to be how it ends for those who love the star with all its being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, we meet again, my new old friend, Emmett Selch. How good of you to remember. Oh, this isn't Emmett Selch. This is the separate guy that helped us with Emmett Selch. I see you've been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below, fitting symbols of the convocation of 14. Would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the Convocation, as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories with unsundered souls. They might be restored to their office. Hold on! That's exactly what we need, is memory crystals. Keep them? I am sure Emmett Selch wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. I mean, I'd rather I lived too. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emmett Selch? The promise to remember. Oops. They must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. Carry on, my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. I mentioned before that there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiark summoning and defected, and whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist at any rate, and wouldn't had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with the magic of his own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying his spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual. For a while, the rest sat in Emerald. Its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of his duty, he traveled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles too, of course, matters which he could simply have referred to the convocation. That was not his way. Nay, more often than not, he would call upon his comrades and together resolve matters themselves. Such as the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. A time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now it is where it belongs. Oh, there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act on my own volition or by the will of my recreator.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to.
Oh, I'm hearing voices, don't worry about it.
Is something troubling you?
Yes, we haven't had a date in a long time, Ishtola.
No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Ah, fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea. Had we the luxury of time. We must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. Nor would I, were I him. Not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Selch sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be abridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Selch understood this. If his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though may all be for naught, you of all people, know that there is no such thing as foregone conclusion. Right, no more musing. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Yolmore, yes. Let us hurry and join them. Oh wait, I'm just gonna travel here. That was me. It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait. Chai.
Forgive us our lateness.
Hey, voice acting. Thank you.
Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
They all just learned about it. Oh yeah, I got these crystals. Good for memory. We should use them.
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh yeah, he threatened you guys too. I forgot about that.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
Uh-oh. Studios.
Another star shower.
Well, another fake one.
Wait, is that...
What the fuck?
Amaranth?
Here, feel, think.
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
Who the fuck is this?
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't! Ha!
They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
No.
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Nice.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium?
Well, Ardbird's gonna be here, so here.
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
You don't know if they're gonna follow us, though.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You can teleport, bud.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
Oops.
It's settled then. To the airship.
Hero's Gauntlet. Hero. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Seven-minute average wait time. Fuck. Do. Durability of one of my gears low. I don't think there's any menders here. Oh. Hope that's Melder. Let's meld some garbage here. Tombstone, token, trader, luxury trader. Cool. There we go. Why is it all so low? What the fuck? Well, the average wait time went a little bit lower. Nice. That's good news. That was me. Alright, come on. Show me completed. Or commence, whatever. In 5 minutes. This. Was that this one? Nice. Grants. 80 or higher. Grants, Mage's Coda, Army's Coda, Wonders Coda upon singing 1 of 3 songs. What's Coda? That's level 90 though. Just got Blast Arrow. Okay. Increase damage to help yourself. Okay. Neat. Oh, we're over 7 minutes now. Damn it, we're increasing the average. I was hoping to decrease it. There we are. We did it. Da 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 da. A Lancer.
Damn it! Hang
Hardly
on to
knew her.
something.
You fucked. Wait, how do we get across? Oh. Figured it out. Oh, the Talos are helping us. I thought those were enemies. You fucked. Oh god. Please don't hit me. Wasn't me. Dude, that's a fucking strong Talos. Holy shit. Oh yeah. We're getting close. It will happen today. Oh god. Ow, dick. Ow. Why? Oh, you missed quite a few of them, but them's the rules of the burp command. You gotta be on it. Oh my god, he hit me every time. That guy really doesn't like me. God damn it. So you say. I still gotta make my tank, but I've been too engrossed in the anima weapon. There's a Lancer targeting me. Help. Phoenix Thom? What the fuck is that? Was it because we're in the Fey area? Mage. Oh. Fail all my love, where are you? That giant thing? What? I'm so confused. Give me that treasure coffer. Where are we leaving that? That's free stuff. Oh shit. Ah. I don't know what that was. I just kept running. Ow. I don't know what this does. That definitely did something. Ow, 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 ow. This guy's not nice. Beowulf. God, I love AoEs. Oops. A little too early. Another treasure coffer. So we're on the last boss. Nice. Oh. Need. Don't even know if I need them. Oh shit, you look cool as shit. Alright, what are these things? Am I supposed to be in that? Nope. I wasn't even in the circle and it still hit me. Oh god. Wait, what? Was I supposed to get out of there? I don't know. I definitely feel like I missed something there. Everyone else looked like they were standing there, though. Ow, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't see his pattern. Gotcha. I think I'm gonna die. Oh yes, it doesn't matter where we are, he still hits. So I don't know what to do about that other than to take the hit. I don't know why we're not limit breaking. Nice. Oh, okay. The first time I stayed on the rock, but it did damage, so I thought I did something wrong. So I left the rock thinking I could, like, escape it. Gotcha. Oh, those are green tipped ears. Nice. What's this? Oh, I'm gonna get it.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
Oof. Ah, shit.
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gunblade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through. That being you, of course, though others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are.
You two weak as
who could use
fuck.
destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand.
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
Love Alice.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Comparing them to cats.
Rest assured, I have no intention of expending any
I guess she
mine
is a
this
cat.
day.
Finished? Then let's begin. Ha!
In the ocular.
Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see!
Oh, its eye color's a lot like mine. Not the red, the green.
Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it! We've done it at last!
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once!
Uh-oh.
Elidibus.
It was not until I observed the battle between Emmet Selk and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will
Your mom.
summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
Ah, but you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My
He doesn't give a
purpose
shit about
requires
them.
no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages. Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse.
This reminds me of like Mr. Bond. You expect me to help? I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. Blow up the crystal tower.
We must flee! But what is this?
Bum.
My friend, how did you... No matter, Elidibus, he took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled.
Sorry, you guys did
But
good.
he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories.
I'll go kick his ass.
Forgive me. Forgive me.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift.
Like I said, I'll go kick his ass. Don't worry about it.
And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell. If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it. Not this time.
Nope, I got it. Don't worry about it. You can't do shit anyways. Plus, I have other players on the server.
Has exploited the people's nobility, twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with.
Nope, stay here.
Thank you.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. better that I remain here with my gremlins.
You're alright, Buck.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear.
Me?
To the tower!
Okay, I haven't taken my normal break yet, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'll be right back. If you're watching and not following, please leave a follow. It'd be much appreciated. Same with everything else down below the stream, such as subscribing. Follow me on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. We have Blue Sky now. There's also Discord that I talk in. Throne Gift, Steam wish list. A link tree with anyone who did art or music for the stream. All of it's down below. All of it's appreciated. None of it's required, but I'm gonna leave you with some BGM as I take a small break. I'll be back. back. I just remembered it has this thing. Looks so cool. Was me. All right. Exarch. With your permission, I would make a brief stop at a sensor gate. Just long enough to send the guard to Beck-Luke's aid. You understand? Were it not for them, we would have never escaped Elidibus. Much less with the spirit vessels. The mine fell into her foe's clutches. Beck-Luke gathered up the rest at great risk to themselves. I must see that they are safe before you press on. Enough good people have given their lives that I might fulfill my duty. Well, this was on the way anyways. I don't know why we wouldn't have stopped here. Warrior of Darkness, Exarch, forgive us the paltry greeting. We were not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Beck-Luke lies wounded in a clearing to the west. Pray go to their aid with all haste. But once, my lord, may I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst, specters who appeared before the after the star shower. Did they have something to do with it? Yes, the man who attacked Beck-Luke is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know that the individual in question does not seem to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe to us, understood? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood. This is one of the two. Oh, hey. Lena. Shall take charge of matters on the city. Find Beck-Luke now. No time to explain. Humph. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it is plain for all to see. Like what is happening to you. I know this time there is truly no time. I know, my lord. Were matters otherwise, I believe you would even be willing to speak of your past if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid of what I might learn that would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. Perhaps a couple words. Indeed, time must be made. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little, and I searched for you for hours on end? And the cake I baked for your 10th name day, the hideous lump the good people of the mean covered up with beautiful candles. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards, you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, so I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are real as aught that came before. Nothing will ever change that. Will ever change what we mean to one another. If I had made you worry, then I beg for your forgiveness. Heavens know you deserve better. Through the darkest of times, you have kept faith with me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium. as an example to us all. I can count myself blessed to have you had in my life. I want you to know that. Why do you speak so, as if this were our last meeting? Truly you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are an example to us all. You have led us through countless trials, and you will lead us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord, do what you must, but take care. I don't want to see crying. Fuck you. Don't make me feel things. She knows this is the last time. At least that's what I think. The word holds. Excellent. Elidibus will still be within the tower. Our foe's sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned heroes from other reflections, empowering himself with their hope even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. To wit, spare no preparation, my friend. I shall lift the ward only when you are ready. You are ready then, very then. Very well, I shall lift the ward. Oh, am I soloing this? I thought this was gonna be a duty. Before I began my slumber, you mean? It seems rather longer to me. Yes, what strange symmetry. This time, I break the seal, and I have no intention of locking myself away again. Nay, together we will enter, and together we will leave in triumph. So come, my friend, let us be about it.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
Oh, what do you know, on this perfectly fightable platform.
Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him.
But you didn't use your last card yet, you fuck.
Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
What the fuck?
I did, but I chose not to walk them, thank the gods. Why ever would you ask me such a thing?
You sound like Elidibus.
Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it. But in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy, as if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero, neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain, that I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end.
God damn.
I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence.
Gotta be all flashy with it.
Break!
What's up, Ardbert?
Memories of a possible future. Worthless. All. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours.
Damn, that was a while ago.
The Seventh Rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn.
Here you are, about to get your ass kicked.
And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emetzelk pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Is it crystal time? You worry too much, Elidibus. The dedication to your duty verges on obsession. No one left, buddy.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone.
Yeah, they're all gone.
We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I...
Use the masks, buddy. Or do we have to kick his ass first? There's still gonna be a fight?
This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Don't worry, buddy. I'll put you out of your misery.
It's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
That was Ardbert.
No! It will not end here! Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection. As the warrior of light incarnate.
Okay.
Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this.
You fucking thought.
What?
Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd of the stars in the dark. Let the world be sundered and our souls set adrift to where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. Yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azent.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Hydaelyn's making. What are you?
Your daddy.
It matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
Oh, it is a duty. Wasn't me. Let's see how long this one takes. 8-minute average wait time? Fuck. I thought we were getting close to the end of the post Shadowbringer, but there's still a lot post Shadowbringer left. It's awesome. Whoops. Oh, hey. Is this an 8 party? Interesting. I'm definitely gonna get fucked up then. Frog head. Is that the Power Ranger uniform with the frog head? Ooh. A lot of these people look really nice, and I'm just here in this really stupid attire. Hope we lag? What the fuck?
This battle shall be our last.
Holy shit, dude. You just all almost die? Ah. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means either. How do we unfreeze somebody?
Be gone, spawn of shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Oh, I'm frozen. How do you get unfrozen?
Gleaming steel, light my path!
I wonder if this is going to be multiple phases. Oh shit. I realized what was happening way too late. Thank you. Oh, maybe I should have waited. Am I gonna take a hit here? Am I gonna die? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Here where we Ascians have been forced to retreat time and time again. Well, this is where you guys go to? Oh god, that was terrible. Hate button mashing. Hate it. Clutch the crystal of Zem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. We're back, motherfucker.
It cannot be!
Was that the one that was talking to us, or was that Emmett Selk?
Warriors of light!
Because it seemed like Emmett Selk.
I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be our salvation.
What the fuck just happened?
You still stand. Very well. Be gone, spawn of shadow!
We got this. Wait, am I supposed to stand in this? I have no idea.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh god. I don't know how to get out of this. What happens if two healers get hit? Are we just screwed?
My soul knows no surrender.
Ow.
Grant Grant me strength.
I wasn't even one of the targets. What the fuck? Oh, one of the healers is dead. Oh god, why wouldn't you target the healer first? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, this is terrible.
Gleaming steel, light my path.
I don't know what's going on half this time. Holy shit. Everything's like a one shot. I know this triangle fucking bullshit. Oh, this one's a star this time.
Be gone, spawn of shadow. Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh my god. Where the fuck do I go from here? Oh god. This is a shitty fight. I hate it.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Why is there a form like that? What the hell?
Darkness must be destroyed.
Someone stronger than me gonna use the limit break, please?
My beauty. No, not yet.
Oh god. I really got hit by that? God damn it. Someone use a limit break! Unless there's another form that I don't know about.
My soul knows no surrender. No, I cannot fail. I will not.
You can, and you will, because I'm the one fighting you, motherfucker.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
That's what all your brothers did too, you fuck. And we killed them. You're trapped by the Exarch.
So fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind.
Get him! Get him! Although we kind of had it under control, if that's what you call whatever that duty was.
Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power, obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
We got you, buddy. We're gonna need those memories back, bud.
This... Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac, For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
Was me. Don't worry, we just gotta get your soul transferred real quick.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask. If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me?
I don't know if I'd believe you. I'd hope so. Gotta put your soul in there, though.
Thank you.
Well, doesn't look like you did anything to it. You gotta hurry up, put your soul in there. Is he gonna stand up and become a statue like that?
With you, my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
There we go. Now I'm more hopeful.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained his ability to traverse the two worlds at will.
I just realized.
And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of his link to the First, and of hope.
Rin's gonna be all alone if we all go. Am I all right? I should be the one asking you. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. We all are. The people are fine, the city's fine, and the star showers have stopped. It's almost as if we'd gone back to the peaceful days that followed the knight's return. Almost. Notice, if you were ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? Was me. So he reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. I mean, I am sure I did the right thing, but I can't tell him that. Perhaps he did, perhaps he did not, none can say. But the important thing is this: through violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another and the star may yet be rewarded. Said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from Emmett Selch. He knew of Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. Best we can do is remember events as they happen, no more, no less. As the Ronkans so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you all are. My friend, we were given to understand thou were entered. Shouldst thou be abed? Lie down at a time like this. Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Oh, tell me what's happened. Where's the Exarch? Kind of in this crystal now. I see. Better hope this thing fucking works then. Please show me his spirit vessel. Both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. Unlike the others, his aether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing. But I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. And 'tis but a question of restoring his soul into his flesh. As thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source of Novus, one would think his soul would only be too happy to be home, no? Really wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its accommodation. So one would hope, but none can speak of the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderate and considerable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essences blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? A number of things could go awry. Assuming I've succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. Well, obviously. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply, yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so, in fact. Regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it, with a certain amount of poetic license. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became even more numerous. Burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I am reminded that, no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Valtteri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his own life in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in people who chose to struggle, rather than surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope, and then when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart, regardless of the risks. And I will live with all my being as befits one who has been granted a second chance. There, told he was long and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think that the outpourings of a doughy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, he is old. He's like, what, 100 years old or something at this point? Over 100? I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I have no idea how long he's been in hiding, though. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, but after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there's no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now is the time to see to it. Must pay a visit to Slitherborough. Let us reconvene here anon. There may be some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmig. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers from Infelia. Thought you might help me choose them. And then we could go to Nabothering together one last time. Did they finish what they were doing in, like, the emptiness? Fine suggestion, lead on. Back to Yilmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I assume you have places of your own to be, LSA. I shall see you later. Elsie's got to talk to the people who are turning into St. Eaters, right? As you probably guess, I'm going to pay a visit at the inn in Journey's Head, but I want you to come too. I realize you don't need to say any farewells. The Exarch does, if only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged around on his hero's back. So let's be off, shall we? Can't wait to see how Holleric's doing. Alright. We are going to raid Shrum, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, for more Final Fantasy XIV. Shrum is a mix, mostly retro, but mix player. Right now he's doing Final Fantasy II, I believe. But like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll play more Final Fantasy, more MSQ. Then Wednesday is my anniversary of stream, so I will be playing a long Stardew Valley night. But thank you all for joining. If you're watching and not following, please leave a follow. It'd be much appreciated. Same with everything else down below the stream, such as follow me on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Discord. There's their own gifts, Steam wishlist. Everything's down below. All of it's appreciated. None of it's required. There's also a link tree to anyone who did art music for the stream, so you can figure out where I got those. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching.